GbaramatuVoice, and we are live here at Transcorp Hilton Conference Centre, Abuja, for the official inauguration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement to ensure that we get grassroots mobilization and it gets the needed support for the renewed hope agenda. Do well to stay tuned. We'll bring you real-time updates and situations report as they happen. We are here live and with High Chief Government Ekpemupolo, also known as Tompolo, who is the patron and the founder of this movement. We are looking forward to having conversations, interviews, and answering questions that lingers in the heart of so many Nigerians, and to also make sure that we inaugurate the door-to-door movement. Do well to stay tuned as we bring you a real-time update as it is happening live from Transcorp Hilton Conference Centre, Abuja. This is GbaramatuVoice.
You're very much welcome, sir. Commander. We'd like to very respectfully welcome the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, who's represented here today by the SA Youths, Honorable Munir Umar. You're welcome, sir. Honorable Mukhtar Adama Yahya, you're also very much welcome. Your Highness, Dr. Ibrahim Umar Bologi II, Etu Patigi and Vice Chairman, Traditional Rulers Council, Kwara State, you're welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would love to respectfully invite a member who has graced this occasion from the Center of Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst Right Honorable James Abiodun Faleke, member representing Ikeja Federal Constituency. Thank you so much for gracing us all the way from the Center of Excellence, the Center of Aquatic Splendor. Thank you.
A political bulldozer, a grassroots mobilizer, one who galvanizes support endlessly for Mr. President. You're very much welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we crave your indulgence to please settle down. Please settle down. We're about to kick off this event. Please settle down as we kick off this occasion today.
My own brother, political stalwart, Honorable Sanusi is here. Honorable Sanusi Uhiare, you're very much welcome. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Ahmed Yakubu, Your Highness. Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Ahmed Yakubu II, Eche of Ankpa and Chairman, Ankpa Traditional Council. You're very much welcome, sir. Your Excellencies, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, once again we crave your indulgence to please ask your assistants to please settle down. We also ask that you kindly settle down so that we can move into the essence of why we're here today and we can start this program in earnest. Please, let's do well to settle down. Thank you. If you have misplaced your ATM card, kindly reach out to any of us to claim it. If you have misplaced your ATM card, kindly reach out to any of the MCs to claim it. May I have your attention, please? I'd like to recognize His Highness Engineer Dr. Farouk Mohammed Kakanda, Etu of Kakanda Kingdom and Chairman, Kakanda Traditional Council. You're welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have gracing this occasion today His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Olufolari Olukayode Ogunsowo, the Alara of Ilara, Ekpe Division, Lagos State. Chancellor, Lagos State University. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chairman of Occasion has just stepped into the hall. Would like to recognize His Excellency, Right Honorable Aminu Bello Masari, former Executive Governor of Katsina State and Chairman of today's occasion, the inauguration of the PBAT Door-to-Door National Executives and Public Lecture. You're very much welcome, sir. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we honestly need to settle down. The Chairman of Occasion is already seated. We will kickstart very shortly. Please. We understand that you adore and revere the chairman and other dignitaries. But please, for the sake of decorum, we ask that you remain seated on your seat. Honorable James Abiodun Falike, you're very much welcome, sir. Thank you for all you do for this great party.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the representative of the governor of Ekiti State, Right Honorable Adeoye Stephen.
Aribasoye.
Thank you so much. The Speaker of Ekiti State, representative, who is also representing Ekiti State's governor today. Thank you so much for joining us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have gracing this occasion today Honorable Prince Ebitimi Mbere, MD, CEO, Niger Delta Basin Development Authority. Thank you so much for joining and gracing this occasion for the inauguration of National Executive of the PBAT Door-to-Door Movement. Thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that this event is being streamed live on national channels, News Central, NTA, TVC News, Real Broadcasting Network, and Channels Television. I'm sure that that's a reason for you to please exercise some level of decorum, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's also going to be streaming live on GbaramatuVoice. GbaramatuVoice is indeed powering this event at a very high level. I would like to recognize you specially.
Love to recognize the Niger State Coordinator, no other person but Mr. Kabiru Shehu. Thank you so much for gracing this event today.
Thank you. Please, let's settle down.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this event will be streamed live across national television, and so we crave your indulgence to please settle down.
We're also working today with the world-famous DJ Akira, the Vibes Marshal.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce the arrival of the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Nentawe Yiwada. Thank you so much for joining us today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have gracing this occasion the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress.
Professor Nentawe Yilwata, Chairman, National Chairman, All Progressives Congress, APC. Please, let's clear the aisle now. Let's clear the aisle, please. Very quickly, let's clear the aisle. Your Excellency,
Thank you.
Executive Governor of Niger State, Farmers Governor Muhammad Umar Bago. Very much welcome.
And you done for Nigeria. Let's express the truth. Vote Bola, Ahmed Tinubu.
The Executive Governor of Taraba State, His Excellency Dr. Abu Kefas, has just made his entry. You're very much welcome, sir. We also have the Executive Governor of Zamfara State, Your Excellency Dauda Lawal Dari, PhD. You're very much welcome.
And you done for Nigeria. Let's express the truth. Vote Bola, Ahmed Tinubu. For president comes 2027. Tinubu or nothing. With Professor Nentawe Yilwata. Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria. Renewed hope for the nation. Man with a hero.
I would like to recognize the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State.
His Excellency Dr. Peter Akpe, thank you so much for joining us today for this phenomenal event.
You don't do one before from Lagos vision to the nation seat. Leaders with the courage never face defeat. Roads and rails moving people everywhere. Investments coming, let Nigeria rise. Economic reforms, digital economic, forward ever, backward never. We Professor Nentawe Yilwata. Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Man with Sabiro, Jagabanki Nanagaba, under APC division is clear. We Professor Nentawe Yilwata.
The Honorable Minister of Ministry of Regional Development, Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, FNSE, is here represented by Honorable Chief Wole Iraye, SA to the Honorable Minister on Project Monitoring, Southeast and Southwest Divisions.
Agriculture rising, power, sector rising like the rising king. Strong leadership,
Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. This place is getting set. Several governors are already in the building. Please, let's get settled down. Lots of people standing. Thank you very much. I'll be working closely with the official MCs. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's get settled down. The chairman of this occasion is in the building already. And very many top dignitaries across all walks of life, from politics, business, captains of industries are all over this arena. So please, thank you very much for coming. This is the inauguration ceremony of door-to-door, PBAT door-to-door, National Executive Council, So please, once again, you are welcome. We sincerely appreciate our royal fathers who are here from all zones of this country. I mean, from all the 6 geopolitical zones. I'm seeing royal fathers from northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south. They are all here in their numbers and will do well to introduce them. I know the official MCs has introduced a lot of them, but we still have so many of them that are here. Of course, time will not permit us to introduce all of them. May I recognize my host, who I could term one of the host monarchs. Is the monarch of the founder PBAT door to door. I'm talking of no other, my king, my royal father, His Royal Majesty Oborogbaran II, Akitikpi, Gadagba, the Pere of ancient Gbaramatu Kingdom. Once again, you are welcome. This is the monarch of High Chief Dr. Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo, aka Tompolo, is right here in the building. Let's put our hands together for him, please. While we do that, please, let's ensure that this place is well settled down. Lots of people are standing. Please, let's sit down. And the hall is already filled to the brim. So please, we would like you to do very fast. May I also quickly recognize His Royal Majesty, who is the first Vice Chairman of the Delta State Traditional Rulers Council. And that's the person of His Royal Majesty Pere Luke Kalanama the 8th, the Pere of Akugbene Main Kingdom, is also holding a high-ranking position in the Council of the South-South Traditional Rulers Council. I may not be precise, Your Majesty, you are welcome. May I also recognize a majesty I can proudly call my father, His Royal Majesty Elder Captain Dr. Joseph Itimiai JP, Torbubo the First Agbonu, the Pere of ancient Ogla Kingdom, an oil-rich kingdom. He also doubles as the chairman, Delta State Oil Producing, Delta State Ijaw Traditional Rulers Forum. Thank you very much for your presence. And very many persons that are here. I know we have so many royal fathers from Urubu nationality that are here. Lots of people here. We sincerely want to crave your indulgence to please make this place a little bit very conducive. Too many people are standing. Please, we want to appeal to you that please let's get settled down. This event will be starting in a moment from now. Once again, our dear governors of various states, our dear speaker, members of the National Assembly and state assemblies that are here, we sincerely appreciate your presence. Thank you very much and welcome to PBAT door-to-door inauguration ceremony. Please, those of us standing, let's retire to our seats, please. If you do not have seats in the front, please kindly move backwards. I believe we still have some more seats at the back. So please, if you do fast, you may find one for yourself. But if you waste time, you have no seat. And we don't like people roaming about as well. So please, thank you very much. Our royal fathers from the north, northern Nigeria, northwest, northeast, north central, we welcome you all. We welcome you all. Our royal fathers from southeast, we also appreciate your presence. Your presence means so much to us, and we are indeed grateful for your presence. All high-ranking traditional title holders across the length and breadth of this nation that are here, we sincerely appreciate your presence. My royal father, His Royal Majesty Ovie Monde Whiskey, the Pere, the Ovi of Great Ijere Kingdom. I can see you and a lot of Urobo Kings here. I appreciate your presence.
And you done for Nigeria. Oh.
Michael Andy on the mic.
Let's express the truth. Vote Bola, I've met Tinubu. For president comes 2027. Tinubu.
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I officially announce the arrival of the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion.
Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, GCON, you're very much welcome, sir. Very much welcome. The Speaker of the 10th Assembly, Federal Republic of Nigeria. You're indeed very much welcome. Coming in alongside the Speaker, we have in that entourage Dame Julioka Donley OON, a former DG NAPTIP, Bielsa State Coordinator Tinubu Torchbearer. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, GCON. The Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. You're very much welcome. We'd like to also welcome Edgar Daniel Bew, Technical Assistant, Presidential Amnesty Office. Thank you for all you do, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, ensuring that coordination for this program. We'd like to very specially recognize Dr. Dennis Bototuaro, the administrator of the Amnesty Program. You are indeed very much welcome, sir.
For the youth, innovations improves. Loan for the youth to pursue their dreams. Step by step, we build the land together. We rise, Nigeria alive. Agriculture rising power, sector rising like the rising beam. Strong leadership for prosperity. Nigeria stand tall. Unity for one and for all. With Professor Nentawe Iluata, Tinubu on nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Mamu Sabiro, Shagabanke Nana Baba. Under APC, the vision is clear. The Professor Nentawe Iluata, Tinubu on nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Mamu Sabiro, Shagabanke Nana Baba.
So if we start, your event is not going to be over 1 hour 30 minutes. We'll go on very fast.
I've met Tinubu again, for president of Nigeria.
Apart from the SP,
A visionary leader, he is our new. Tinubu, we're dancing crazy Afrobeat. And you done for Nigeria. Oh.
Michael
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's clear the aisle now. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please clear the aisle? Security, can we please clear the aisle? Please, we want to start now. Please clear the aisle. Please clear the aisle. Please clear the aisle. Clear the aisle. We are about to kick off. Please. Cameraman, please. Move out, move out, move out, move out. Move them out, move them out, move out. Cameraman, move out, please. Move out. Please, let's clear the aisle. Let's clear the aisle, please. Let's clear the aisle. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. Please, clear the aisle. Clear the aisle.
Please, let's clear the aisle. All those standing, please. We would like you to sit down now, please. Too many cameramen, and we only want to see the approved one in this arena, please. Only the approved one. If you are not among the approved media outfit, please, we'd like you to find your way out of this arena. Those standing, please find yourself a seat and be comfortable seated, please. We are aware of the fact that the hall is way too small for us now, but please, would like you to please coordinate yourself. If you do not have any seat, kindly retire to the corner, please. Thank you as you comply. Once again, you are welcome to PBAT door-to-door movement inauguration taking place today at Transcorp Hilton here in Abuja. Of course, today, the National Executive Council of PBAT and of course, lots of ceremonies will be taking place any moment from now as we get settled down to start fully. Once again, we appreciate all of you for being here from all walks of life across the length and breadth area. No doubt we have very key leaders, traditional leaders, and top government functionaries from all walks of life. They are all here. From the federal to state to local government, traditional rulers from northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south. All of you that are here, once again, you're welcome. God bless you. May I also appreciate the former Deputy Governor of Delta State, a man I can call my older brother, my uncle, and that's a person of Deacon Barrister Kingsley Brutu Otuaro. Once again, you are welcome. He's been here, is more or less like one of the key organizers of this event. Thank you for your presence. Also appreciating as many that are here, traditional rulers. One of them stands out as my father. I'm talking of His Royal Majesty Kopu Urumini, Mombini the Third, the Pere of Abuja, Warri Kingdom. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully announce the arrival of the Oni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi Ojaja II. Ladies and gentlemen, right here we say Kábíyèsí o.
Kadik Belori Kipatak Belese, long may you live, your Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty is the co-chairman of the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria
And custodian of the Yoruba culture. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion, Your Majesty.
If you're not one of our accredited videographers or photographers, kindly allow those who have been accredited for this event to do their jobs. Please. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have credible words now that His Excellency, the President of the Senate, is within the premises. Now what that means is we have to settle down. As soon as he steps into the hall, the event begins in earnest. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we announce his arrival, we crave your indulgence to all be upstanding and will remain standing until the national anthem is taken. Thank you. Don't worry.
Professor Benjamin Okaba, immediate past president of the John National Congress, lecturer, Federal University of Turkey.
All right, so we see that we are here for the inauguration of the President Mohamed Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement. Why is it that this movement is so important at this time?
So many strategies are deployed during political engineering processes. The conventional television, the social media, right? Then you also have conventions, people gather and all that. But of all these strategies, the door-to-door appears to be the best because it's more effective in the sense of having one-on-one contact with the voters at their comfort zones. Door-to-door, we take the message to the voters in their kitchens, the women in their kitchens, in the marketplace, children in the schools, at the university campuses, right, to communities, town halls and all that. Door-to-door, beyond having direct contact with the people, is also justified because it's the best way of making the people see either the candidate himself or those who are very, very close, who are the drivers of policies and all that. And in so doing, at the end of the day, there's even a feedback process. There are a lot of misinformation, misgivings. So door-to-door also provide an opportunity for reactions, right? Because as you relate to somebody to form out a policy, he asks questions and clarifications that can be made. So at the end of the day, you see that it's more effective. You can even carry out, get feedbacks. As you come out with a policy, say this is what the government doing, and the people say we have doubts, and raise issues, critical issues. You can door-to-door provide a channel by which you can get back to the policy makers and make corrections. So it is drawing the people closer to government, to development. Is another way of advancing inclusiveness. People are happy that, this man who wants to be governor, wants to be this, is here with me, or I send somebody to me. They are gladdened. They are not excluded. We feel all involved and all will be concerned. So that is the very more importance of the daughter. Very, very, in fact, all over the world, right? If we talk about effective campaigns, going and reaching out to the people in where they are, right, is most important.
All right, so renewed hope agenda, right? And we see that you represent Ijaw youth. So what is the significance of the renewed hope agenda as touching the Ijaw youth and touching Nigerian youth as a whole?
Well, for me, right now, I'm not representing anybody. I was president of the John National Congress until May, right, 14th. So I cannot speak for anybody. I only speak for myself. But I think
Fabio GCON, an uncommon reformer,
from my own perspective, the renewed hope agenda of the present administration should be given some time. Right?
the President of the 10th Senate. will remain standing until we announce the national anthem. And then we can all take our seats and proceed. A man of the people. An uncommon reformer. Our own uncommon Senate President. A man that has the welfare of the people at heart. Distinguished Senator Godswill Elobota-Pabio, exchanging pleasantries, paying homage to our traditional rulers, as it is typical of him, a very humble, unassuming, quintessential Nigerian.
And there you have it, the distinguished senator exchanging pleasantries with the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, Ojaja II.
Honorable Man's House.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, only official photographers are allowed. As much as possible, can we also make way for His Excellency, the President of the Senate, as it is typical of him, he continues to exchange pleasantries with our revered traditional rulers and party leaders before taking his seat. As he approaches his seat, ladies and gentlemen, we urge each and every one of us to please rise. And as soon as he takes his position, the national anthem will come on. As is customary, we will take the first stanza of the national anthem and we will recite from this end the national prayer. Thank you. His Excellency, the Senate President, In a very quick chit chat with his own brother, His Excellency Dauda Lawal Dari, PhD, the Executive Governor of Zamfara State. His Excellency President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON. As mentioned earlier, let's clear the aisle very quickly. Our stakeholders standing in front, please let's clear the aisle. As soon as the President of the Senate takes his position in front of his seat, we'll all rise to join him for the national anthem to kickstart this event in earnest. The national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Let's remain standing, please, as we recite the national prayers. We'll take and you recite after us, please. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. You may take your seats. Mayana Bodo Kuboa Sari making his entrance. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. Your Excellency, the President of the Nigerian Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, Senator Godswill Obotakpabio, GCON, Uncommon Reformer. The Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, GCON. The Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, PhD, CFR. Distinguished senators and honorable members here present, who would like to specially recognize Right Honorable James Abiodun Faleke. You're very much welcome. Chairman of occasion, Right Honorable Aminu Bello Masari, former Executive Governor of Katsina State.
And of course, we would love to recognize the Governor of Zamfara State, His Excellency Dauda Lawal, PhD. And of course, the Governor of Taraba State, who has joined us here today, His Excellency Dr. Abu Kefas. Thank you so much for joining us.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Akwe, you're very much welcome. Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State here present, Minister of Women Affairs represented, members of the diplomatic community, Speakers of State Assembly, our National Party Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nentawe Yelwada, our Chief Host and Grand Patron, High Chief, Dr. Government, Oweizide Ekpemupolo, Tompolo.
Tompolo. I think you can do better, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
Co-chairman of the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria, His Majesty the Oni of Ife, Obadeye Eniton Ogunwusi Ojaja II, Kadik Belori Kibatak Belese. Oborogbaron, the second paramount ruler of Gbaramatu Kingdom, and Mayanabo Dokubo Asari, who just made his entrance. His Majesty Sir Elder Sergeant Chidi Ause, South Chairman, South Monarch Forum, our National Coordinator, Honorable Sunday Adekombi Asuku, executive members, party leaders, members of the fourth estate of the realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, and thank you so much for gracing today's occasion really bright and early. Some are remembered, and some become really defining moments. Today is one of those moments. It's a defining moment for all of us right here.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're gathered today not just to launch a movement, but to unveil one built on one powerful belief. Every door matters.
Every home matters.
Every tongue matters.
Every citizen matters.
Today marks the beginning of a nationwide journey of grassroots engagement, bringing leadership closer to the people and the people closer to democratic process.
On behalf of the organizing committee, it is our honor, our privilege to warmly welcome you, our distinguished guests, political leaders, traditional rulers, stakeholders, members of the fourth estate of the realm, supporters, ladies and gentlemen, to the official inauguration of PBAT door-to-door movement happening right here at the Center of Unity.
As we commence, may we please request that all mobile phones are switched to silent mode and that we give our full attention to the proceedings. If at any point you need attention, we have our carefully trained ushers strategically positioned around the hall to guide you or attend to you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abdul Fattah Otori.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to stand before you as the co-host of this great event. My name is Estelle Mello. I am a professional compere and a TV presenter, but today I stand before you proudly as an African and most importantly, as a proud Nigerian. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to this auspicious occasion, the official inauguration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door national executive and public lecture. Thank you.
If we have the permission of the President of the Senate, I'd like to quickly recognize His Excellency Dr. Samonde Onyeme, DG Delta State, representing the Delta State government. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have also just seen a very special comrade, one whose voice speaks taller. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our very own Comrade Adams Oshomole. A round of applause, please. Senator Adams Oshomole.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with a kind approval of the Senate President, I would love to recognize the Honorable Minister of State for Budgets of Economic and Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite. Thank you so much for joining us today.
While we do that, may we also recognize our Honorable Minister Petroleum Oil, and that's a person of Dr. Enikin Lokobiri. Thank you for your presence. Moving fastly, it is my honor to welcome the Grand Patron and Founder of PBAT door-to-door movement. And that's a person of Chief Doctor Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo, aka Tompolo, who is unavoidably absent, but is going to be represented in this welcome address by his nephew, one of our proud sons in Niger Delta. I'm talking of no other. Please join me as I welcome for the welcome address to stand in for the founder of PBAT door-to-door movement. May I welcome Chief Kestin Pondi, the MD Tantita Security Services, as he comes to represent his proud uncle, Chief Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo. Let's put our hands together as Chief Engineer Kestin Pondi comes on board. Address.
Your Excellency, Chief Godswill Obot Akpabio GCON, President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, please permit me to stand on the very well established protocol. On behalf of the leadership of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all our distinguished guests, political leaders, traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic community, youths and women groups, civil society organizations, members of the media, and the thousands of patriotic Nigerians who honor our invitation, participated in the historic national inauguration of the PBAT door-to-door movement and public lecture. Today I'm standing before you in the stead of my uncle and the man who taught me everything I know in life, the man who made me what I am today. I Chief Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo, my uncle and my chairman, who is unavoidably absent, and plead that I beg you to please pardon him. Your overwhelming presence, goodwill, and unwavering support made the inauguration a remarkable success. It reaffirms our collective commitment to promoting national unity, good governance, and sustainable development under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. I sincerely appreciate the chairman of the occasion, who, even though was informed very, very late, was here very, very early to honor our invitation. Thank you very much, sir. I sincerely appreciate our host minister and ministers here present, the governors, the keynote speaker, special guests, members of the National Assembly, the APC National Working Committee, whose chairman is also ably seated here. Our zonal and state coordinators, volunteers, partners, and every individual who contributed their time, resources, and expertise toward the successful organization of this landmark event. Your dedication and sacrifice have laid a solid foundation for the movement's mission and expansion across the nation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has demonstrated exceptional courage and visionary leadership through the bold reforms his administration has undertaken. To every Nigerian, we believe in the vision of a prosperous, united, and progressive nation. It represents purposeful leadership and a renewed hope for a brighter Nigeria. The inauguration marks only the beginning of our journey. Together, we shall continue to mobilize at the grassroots, strengthen citizens' engagement, and encourage constructive participation in nation building. While the road ahead may be challenging, with unity, resilience, and determination, we are confident of reaching our destination. I also wish to express our profound gratitude to the security agencies, media organizations, and all service providers whose professionalism and dedication ensured a peaceful, orderly, and memorable ceremony. As we move forward, I urge every member and supporter of the PBAT door-to-door movement, as well as all Nigerians, to remain committed, peaceful, disciplined, and focused on our shared objectives. Let us continue to work together in the spirit of patriotism to deepen national unity and contribute meaningfully to the growth, stability, and development of our beloved country, Nigeria. Once again, thank you for making history with us. May Almighty God bless you abundantly. Bless the PBAT door-to-door movement and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's give a lusty round of applause as he exits the stage. Thank you. Your Excellencies, traditional rulers seated here today, delegates, stakeholders. The theme for today's event says, Nigeria. If you check down here, you would see it. Nigeria, lessons from the past, the present, and renewed hope for a brighter future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the inauguration that is about to happen is a testament to the dedication, resilience, and sacrifice of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Hence, this gathering here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on with the order of the day, I would love to invite one Nigerian who has distinguished himself. He's a respected democratic leader. He led the Home of Hospitality, Katsina State, for 8 years from 2015 to 2023. I would love to respectfully invite the chairman of the occasion. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome the exceptional leader, His Excellency Aminu Bello Masari, please.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Goswill Apabio, Your Excellency, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Your Excellencies, the governors that are here, our chairman of All Progressives Congress, the Grand Patron, this association, ably represented by the Managing Director, distinguished senators, and honorable members that are here, our royal fathers, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great pleasure that I join you today for the inauguration of the National Executive of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement. I consider it a great honor to serve as chairman of this important occasion. Let me begin by congratulating the leadership of this movement for their vision, commitment, and patriotism in establishing a platform dedicated to promoting active citizenship, strengthening democratic participation, and advancing the renewed hope agenda of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. This inauguration marks more than the formal unveiling of an executive committee. It represents the birth of a national grassroots movement that seeks to bridge the gap between movement and the people by fostering constructive engagement, encouraging civic responsibility, and mobilizing Nigerians to actively participate in the development of our nation. Democracy does not thrive only during elections. It flourishes when citizens remain engaged, informed, and committed to supporting policies that advance the common good. A vibrant democracy requires responsible citizens who understand not only their rights, but also their responsibilities towards nation building. The Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement therefore comes at a very critical period in our national journey. Our country has experienced difficult but necessary reforms aimed at repositioning the economy for long-term growth and sustainability. While such reforms often come with temporary challenges, history has consistently shown that nations that embrace courageous and responsible leadership eventually reap lasting benefits. Since assuming office, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has demonstrated the courage to confront structural challenges that had hindered Nigeria's economic growth for many years. Rather than postponing difficult decisions, his administration has embarked on reforms designed to build a stronger, more resilient, and more productive economy. Today, there are encouraging signs that these reforms are beginning to yield positive results. Inflationary pressures are gradually moderating, while efforts to stabilize the foreign exchange market are producing greater confidence. Investor confidence is steadily improving, and Nigeria is witnessing renewed interest for both domestic and international investors. The administration has significantly increased investment in critical infrastructure through major road construction projects, rail development, power sector reforms, and the expansion of energy infrastructure. These investments are laying the foundation for increased productivity, improved connectivity, and sustainable economic growth. In agriculture, deliberate efforts are being made to enhance food security through increased support for farmers, improved access to agricultural inputs, and expanded mechanical farming initiatives. These interventions are aimed at reducing food inflation, increasing domestic production, and creating employment opportunities across the value chain. The administration has also placed considerable emphasis on education, healthcare, digital innovation, and youth empowerment. Through increased investment in tertiary education, skills acquisition, student financing, healthcare infrastructure, and digital technology, government is preparing Nigerians, particularly our young people, to compete successfully in a rapidly changing global economy. The renewed hope agenda equally prioritizes security, recognizing that no nation can achieve meaningful development without peace and stability. Our security agencies have continued to receive greater support through improved coordination, enhanced intelligence gathering, and better operational capacity in confronting insecurity across different parts of the country. Social investment programs have equally been strengthened to cushion vulnerable citizens while broader economic reforms continue to mature. The objective remains clear: to create an inclusive economy where opportunities are available for all Nigerians, regardless of background or geography. Ladies and gentlemen, these achievements remind us that national development is not the responsibility of government alone. Sustainable progress requires partnership between government and citizens. This is where the Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement becomes highly relevant. Grassroots mobilization is not merely about political campaigns. It is about educating citizens, promoting national unity, encouraging peaceful participation in democratic processes, and ensuring that government policies are properly communicated to communities across the Federation. The movement must therefore distinguish itself through discipline, integrity, patriotism, and issue-based engagement. Its members should become ambassadors of peace, advocates of national unity, and the promoters of factual information. They should engage Nigerians with respect, listen to genuine concern, and encourage constructive dialogue. As you commend this important assignment, remember that leadership is a responsibility and not a privilege. You must earn the confidence of the people through humility, service, and the commitment to the national interest. I also ask the newly soon to be inaugurated executives to build an organization that reflects the diversity of Nigeria. Let this movement accommodate young people, women, professionals, artisans, farmers, students, persons with disabilities, and every patriotic Nigerian who desires to contribute positively to our collective future. Nigeria's strength lies in her diversity, resilience, and the determination of our people. Despite the challenges we have faced, our country remains blessed with enormous human and natural resources capable of transforming our nation into one of Africa's greatest success stories. The journey towards the national prosperity requires patience, sacrifice, and a collective responsibility. Every generation is presented with defining moments. I believe this generation has an opportunity to build a stronger economy, deepen democratic governance, and leave behind a more united and prosperous Nigeria for future generations. I therefore commend the promoters of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement for creating a platform that seeks to mobilize citizens towards this noble objective. I encourage every member to remain committed to the ideals of service, patriotism, peaceful engagement, and national development. To the newly to be inaugurated national executives, I congratulate you in advance on your emergence and wish you wisdom, unity, and success as you begin this important national assignment. Together, let us continue to support initiatives that will strengthen our democracy, promote our national cohesion, and advance the renewed hope agenda for the benefit of all Nigerians. May God bless us all. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please give it up for the chairman of occasion, Right Honorable Aminu Bello Masari CFR, a distinguished statesman, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, former two-term governor of Katsina State, and one of Nigeria's foremost and most respected democratic leaders. Thank you very much for those inspiring words, Your Excellency. While His Excellency was delivering his welcome address, we received His Excellency Barrister Caleb Manasseh Muftwang, the Executive Governor of Plateau State. You're very much welcome, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what was once a dream today has become reality. Is it those who dare to dream are the change makers? Today, we see that change and we see how far that journey has come and brought all of us. The next few minutes will be dedicated to a presentation of a documentary entitled The Journey So Far for the Door-to-Door Movement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to please direct your attention to our screens. And may I ask, please, that we clear from the screen so we can see. If we're ready, technical, let's proceed.
As the race to the 2027 presidential election gathers momentum, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu PBAT door-to-door movement is roaring to go. The PBAT door-to-door movement is a political support group founded and led by High Chief Government Oweizide, Ekpemupolo, popularly known as Tompolo. The main objective of the movement is to ensure that President Tinubu gets re-elected in 2027. The movement used the occasion of Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary on October 1st, 2025 to make a bold statement. The group attended the APC National Convention in Abuja in May to demonstrate commitment to the cause.
The PBAT door-to-door movement was established with a clear purpose to mobilize grassroots support for the renewed hope agenda of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR to strengthen and enlighten, promote political participation, and ensure that the achievements of this administration are communicated directly to the people at the grassroots.
According to Tompolo, President Tinubu's leadership style and reforms initiated by his administration offer the brightest hope for the future of the country.
We will do our part, even go out of our boundary, cross to the northern part of Nigeria to talk to our brothers so that he will get his second tenure. Tinubu is a good person. He has the experience to do everything, to carry this country to the higher level. Our president is one person who has been protecting democracy. So there is no way he will truncate it.
Members of the group are of the opinion that the current administration inherited long-standing challenges that require more time to address.
I am traveling across all the northern states to appeal to them. Buhari spent 8 years now. So we don't want anybody to cause any problem. Let's have his own 8 years too. And then we look for another person to come in. There is no need for anybody to say, no, we have the monopoly of power. No. We must allow Tinubu to win his 8 years, which will appeal to everybody. And by the grace of God, everybody will support us. Like the traditional rulers and everybody, both small and young here, who have endorsed Mr. President for his second term.
While urging Nigerians not to be deterred by the security challenges facing the country, they maintained that decades of decadence cannot be fixed in just 4 years.
With the support of Mr. President and the NSA and all of you, we know that we are now building a very peaceful and more enlightening Niger Delta of tomorrow. For 2 years plus now, I will tell you that as of today, the program, with your support, we have 9,200 of our younger ones, our people, in universities across Nigeria.
They insisted that the economy has improved owing to the administration's policies, which are beginning to yield positive results. The president's economic reforms have also boosted the confidence of foreign investors, with his trips about serving as the tonic.
Investors' confidence has returned to our country. Blue chips, great economies are seeking us out. Our foreign reserves have improved, rising above $50 billion a 17-year record.
The president's giant strides in infrastructure developments are another positive point, with legacy projects like the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway, and the Akwanga-Jos-Bauchi-Gombe-Maiduguri Road.
I decided to be audacious with infrastructure.
things that you've planned 47 years, 45 years back, and they couldn't do. I embark upon that. Upon 800 kilometers of waterfront road, Calabar Coastal Road, so that I can create opportunity for those who will stay in and enjoy tourism in Nigeria. It's a beautiful country if you know how to use it.
This got a boost recently when the Federal Executive Council approved 27 major road projects valued at over 3.9 trillion naira across 15 states.
Council approved a facility and financing of about 1.2 billion US dollars for the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway, and this is the section 2 of the project over in Kebbi State.
These and more prompted the PBAT door-to-door movement to pledge to mobilize millions of Nigerians for the 2027 for President Tinubu's re-election with a focus on grassroots engagement through door-to-door campaigns. Members of the movement are also taking the message abroad to galvanize Nigerians in the diaspora. In one of the activities of the movement in London, members trooped out to cheer President Tinubu during his UK visit in March. PBAT, hope for the future of Nigeria.
On your mandate we shall stand. Asiwaju. On your mandate we shall stand. Bola. On your mandate. Mandate. On your mandate. Asiwaju. On your mandate.
I would have thought that that deserves a resounding round of applause. Your Excellencies, there is a famous saying that Rome was not built in a day, and that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. With what we have seen, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has definitely taken steps in the right direction. If you permit, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, and of course the Chairman of Occasion, if you look through the first page or the cover page of the brochure that you have, I'll drill through some of the achievements of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu just for the sake of emphasis. One is increment in oil production, energy security, and peace in the Niger Delta region. The NEFUND scheme, over 1 million students have benefited nationwide, and over 9,000 students beneficiaries of presidential amnesty programs schooling both in Nigeria and in the diaspora. State policing to further enhance the security architecture and sustain the battle against non-state actors. Improved the ranking of Nigeria's passport on the Henley Passport Index to 88 best in the world. Commencement of 2 roads that will cut across Nigeria, Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway and the 750-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Mr. President said he decided to be audacious. These and more, ladies and gentlemen, deserve encouragement and support. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, culture remains the soul of every nation. And as we celebrate leadership today, let's also celebrate our heritage. We're graced by one of Africa's best dance troupe, Raffle Africa Dance Group, a group that has traversed the nooks and crannies of Nigeria and beyond, showcasing our rich cultural heritage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Raffle Africa Dance Group.
Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that was a very beautiful presentation. Let's celebrate this phenomenal and amazing cultural group. And yes, African culture thrives in community and collective wisdom. And that is why we have different representation of our culture here. Once again, let's celebrate this beautiful cultural celebration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is still the inauguration of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement. Like I said, this is way beyond an inauguration. It reminds us of the resilience, the sacrifice that our president has made. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move swiftly to the keynote address. Our keynote speaker is an intellect by all standard. He's from Bayero University, Kano. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, please let's give our guest a lusty round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen,
Dr. Bashir Mekarfi, Professor Bashir Mekarfi is a seasoned international scholar and higher education professional with almost 2 decades experience in 5 universities across the regions of the world, Africa, Middle East, and Southeast Asia thus far. He's a high achiever with a strong desire for knowledge and specific outcomes. He's been a senior lecturer in the Department of Political Science, Bayero University, Kano, for about 2 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, help us put your hands together for our presenter, Professor Bashir Mekarfi.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do better. Thank you. Let's celebrate our keynote speaker as he comes up on stage.
Okay. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON. Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, GCON. Our Royal Fathers, the Chairman of the occasion, His Excellency, Alhaji Aminu Bello Masari, the Chairman of our great party, the All Progressives Congress, APC, Prof. Nentawe Goshe Yelwata, founder and Grand Patron of PBAT, or President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement, High Chief Dr. Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo Tompolo, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives here present, honorable members, honorable ministers, executive governors, law enforcement agents here present, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It gives me a great deal of honor to be invited by the organizers of this significantly and timely event, or of this significantly relevant and timely event, to deliver the keynote address entitled Nigeria, Lessons from the Past, Realities of the Present, and the Renewed Hope Agenda for a Greater Future, organized by PBAT Door-to-Door Movement to further reinforce its support for the Tinubu administration and its continuity up to 2031, given the profound positive impact of its transformational leadership on all sectors of the Nigerian economy thus far, which has improved the living conditions of Nigerians and significantly raised Nigeria's status at the inner, middle, and outer levels or outer circles of international relations and diplomacy. The fact is too visible to be denied that Nigeria is undergoing a civilizational transformation under the Tinubu administration, which is necessary for the survival of the corporate existence of Nigeria. Reforms, especially stringent ones, are initiated and implemented by sovereign states around the world. Nigeria is not an exception and will never be an exception, to address systemic, structural issues that might have blocked their development. However, decisive and fearless leadership is needed for reforms to be undertaken successfully, as some reforms may come with pain, as they upset the business as usual culture, even though necessary for a state survival and sustainable development, or sustainable socio-economic development. We have a scholar called C.S., 1969. He argued that 3 fundamental questions should always be asked whenever it comes to defining development. And these questions are: what is happening to poverty? 2, what is happening to unemployment? And 3, what is happening to inequality? He goes further to argue that when these development problems are increasing or worsening in a given state or country, that state is not developing or developed. However, if these development issues are absent or are decreasing, that means that country is developing or is developed. The Nordic countries, or the Scandinavian countries of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland have been able to address these development issues and problems. Similarly, the 4 Asian tigers of Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore have also been able to address these development issues through economic reforms, export-oriented policies, massive sustained investment in human capital, and strategic government-led industrial planning, hence transforming themselves from developing states or low-income economies into global economic powerhouses with unprecedented rapid industrialization and sustained average growth rates surpassing 7% annually. It is therefore important to note that the 4 Asian tigers had audacious, visionary, and transformational leaders who had relative 10-year security. This should be marked. They had relative tenure security. For instance, the late founding father and first prime minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, was in office for 31 years, from 1959 to 1990. This continuity and tenure security afforded him and his party, PAP, that is People's Action Party, that is how it is called in Singapore, the opportunity to consolidate his earlier foundational development strides up to the time he became satisfied that Singapore is now a global economic powerhouse, surpassing many countries in Europe and even in the Americas in terms of Human Development Index, HDI. Nigeria as a sovereign state was at a serious socio-economic crossroads when His Excellency, our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, took over on the 29th of May, 2023. For the President and his team, the imperative to act was so urgent, and that the President had to hit the ground with the swift implementation of his renewed hope agenda alongside its 8 cardinal priority areas. The renewed hope agenda is a reform agenda that has the potential to transform Nigeria into a world-class economy only if it is continued and sustained. This should also be marked. This is because the renewed hope agenda seeks to address Nigeria's structural issues that have for long held our dear country back, hence resulting in blocked development and underdevelopment. This keynote address paper seeks to examine Nigeria, lessons from the past, realities of the present, and the renewed hope agenda for a greater future. The presentation, aside this background introduction, is structured as thus: conceptualizing the renewed hope agenda, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, a renewed hope agenda, showcasing the achievements thus far, renewed hope agenda as a catalyst for Nigeria's socio-economic development, Tompolo's strategic contributions to securing Nigeria's lifeline, and PBAT door-to-door movement for the president's re-election come 16th January 2027. Concluding recommendations and references. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I had conceptualized the renewed hope agenda, which is a strategically important policy framework of the federal government under the able, visionary, and transformational leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is principally aimed at revitalizing the Nigeria's economy and enhancing the livelihoods of Nigerians. The renewed hope agenda, which serves as the blueprint for the great and visionary Tinubu administration, encompasses 8 cardinal priority areas designed to spark sustainable national development. These are economic reform, national security, agriculture, energy and natural resources, infrastructure, human capital development, industrialization, and innovation. The President, through a circular redefining the presidential priorities areas of his administration, issued by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation on 15th January 2024, redefined these key priority areas of his administration and directed that all ministries, departments, and agencies of government should ensure that their policies, programs, and projects are in line or align with his priority areas, in line with the renewed hope agenda. The redefined 8 priority areas read as follows. 1, reform the economy to deliver sustained inclusive growth. Strengthen national security for peace and prosperity. Boost agriculture to achieve food security. Unlock energy and natural resources for sustainable development of Nigeria and Nigerians. Enhance infrastructure and transportation so as they can serve as enablers of growth. Focus on education, health, and social investment as essential pillars of development. Accelerate diversification through industrialization, digitization, creative arts, manufacturing, and innovation. And lastly, as number 8, improve governance for effective service delivery. The foregoing, therefore, underscores the President's commitment to lay a solid foundation for sustainable development of Nigeria. As the above redefined priority areas of the Renewed Hope Agenda are being fully implemented with tangible results and positive impact being seen and felt by all Nigerians and legal residents in Nigeria. According to Rosto, 2016, in his classic 1960 work entitled Stages of Economic Growth, he argued that all countries progress through 5 linear stages of economic growth and development, evolving from an agricultural subsistence economy to a highly industrialized and consumer-driven society. The progressive stages are as follows. 1, traditional society stage. 2, preconditions for take-off stage. 3, the take-off stage. 4, drive to maturity stage. And 5, age of high mass consumption stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important to point out at this juncture that as a result of the implementation of the Renewed Hope Agenda and the 8 priority areas of the President Tinubu administration has been able to take Nigeria now to the 4th stage, which is the drive to maturity stage. The only one left is the stage of high mass consumption stage. And I think this is commendable. This is commendable. This is commendable. Because before the President got on board, Nigeria was merely at the traditional preconditions to take off stage. But for now, we are close to the 5th one as advanced by Rosto. The fact is incontrovertible that His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is the only elixir or solution that Nigeria needs now and going forward. And this is evident in the achievements of his administration thus far through the vigorous pursuit and full implementation of the redefined priority areas of the Renewed Hope Agenda, methodically designed to reform Nigeria's economy and social landscape. Under the economy, I will highlight briefly, the President has driven significant economic milestones. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is no part of Nigeria that is not being carried along now in terms of infrastructural development and in terms of the implementation of the 8 priority areas of the Tinubu administration. In fact, research has proven this. In a paper we recently published in Kenya entitled The Political Economy Analysis of Fuel Subsidy Removal in Nigeria, the gains are so clear. What is needed is only continuity. Renewed Hope Agenda as a catalyst for Nigeria's sustainable socio-economic development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is conspicuously clear from the above milestones recorded so far from the implementation of the Renewed Hope Agenda by the able and visionary leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that the Renewed Hope Agenda has truly become a catalyst for Nigeria's sustainable socio-economic development. What remains now is the urgent need to mobilize Nigerians, particularly at the grassroots, for the re-election of the President, because he richly deserves one. He richly deserves one. And I may say kudos to PBAT, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement for his re-election. In fact, they've already begun. And in fact, in the context of democracy, theoretically, one of the qualities of democracy is democratic equality. In spite of the fact that someone might be limited by circumstances of life, or what Amartya Sen would say on freedoms. Because Amartya Sen, an Indian philosopher and economist, defined development as freedom. He simply sees it as the process of expanding people's freedoms to live the lives they want or to live the lives they value. Okay, and how could that be attained? It could only be attained when sources of unfreedoms, as he put that is like poverty, unemployment, inequality, systemic deprivation, social malaise, and many other things that may prevent people from realizing their collective potential are actually being addressed. And with the renewed hope agenda, the enabling environment is being created throughout the Federation to ensure that people are able to realize their collective potential. Because if you look at it, with the NEL fund alone, because according to the HDI, there are 3 key pillars of development: health, education, and income. And in fact, education is rated as number 1, even by the World Economic Forum, that once you address education, you make it to be functional. In fact, so the better for society, the better for anything. So President Tinubu, through his NEL fund, has been able to bring about social equity in terms of access to higher education. In fact, the last I checked, when I checked the dashboard of NEL fund, I saw close to 300 billion naira being given to students in terms of their tertiary institution fees and upkeep allowances. We need to salute the president because, sorry to say, if it were in those days, the whole of this money could have been stolen. But the president decided that no, this money should trickle down to Nigerians, especially the less privileged. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude. Tompolo's strategic contributions to securing Nigeria's lifeline and PBAT door-to-door movement. High Chief Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo, Tompolo, is a true patriot, hero, leader, philanthropist, and national figure, and has been doing his best in protecting Nigeria's mainstay, which is oil, alongside oil installations in the Niger Delta. Through his company, Tentita Security Services, okay, 2 minutes? Okay, I'll round up. Through his company, Tentita Security Services, he has also been empowering Nigerians, especially the vulnerable ones and underserved communities, through his generous philanthropic and humanitarian gestures throughout the Federation, even in the far northern part of Nigeria, through his company, Tompolo Foundation. His support for the president and his reforms has always been there. Conclusion. Strategic reforms are necessary for socio-economic transformation, development, and a greater future. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda and its 8 priority areas of reforming the economy to deliver sustained inclusive growth, strengthening national security for peace and prosperity, boosting agriculture to achieve food security, unlocking energy and natural resources for sustainable development, enhancing infrastructure and transportation to serve as enablers of growth, accelerating diversification through industrialization, digitization, creative arts, manufacturing, and innovation, and also investment in education, health, and social investment are all there. However, it is this, the full achievement is only possible if His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu gets re-elected come 16th January 2027. I just need 1 minute. Recommendations. The following recommendations are given. 1, there should be continuity of the implementation of all the reforms of the Tinubu administration, given the positive development outcomes realized thus far. 2, all hands should be on deck to ensure the continuous implementation of the Renewed Hope Agenda and all its 8 cardinal pillars of development throughout the Federation. 3, Nigerians should subscribe to the call by High Chief Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo Tompolo to support the president and vote for him come 2027, given the drivable benefits of his Renewed Hope Agenda. 4, political, private sector, and civil society actors at all levels should support the president in realizing his vision for a unified, peaceful, developed, and prosperous Nigeria. Lastly, Nigerians both within and in the diaspora should rally behind the president with a view to ensuring that he secures a second term in office so that he can have more time to build on the development strides recorded so far and consolidate them before he leaves office in 2031. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's once again celebrate our phenomenal, brilliant, and intellectual professor that just gave a wonderful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, just while we're having that address, the Executive Governor of Benue State, His Excellency Hyacinth Iotem Aliyah, walked in. Thank you so much for being part of today's occasion. Your Excellencies, highly esteemed guest traditional rulers, we are moving to a very important segment for this event. One would wonder what exactly is the PBAT movement, door-to-door movement all about. And just to let you know that it's a grassroots political mobilization platform, a movement that is founded on the principle that sustainable national development is best achieved when governance connects directly to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the inauguration of the national executives. And I would love to respectfully invite one who has held the party together, one who has earned recognition for his background in innovation and administration, one who is responsible for providing strategic leadership to the party, strengthening its internal structures, and coordinating its activities ahead of future elections. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a lusty round of applause, let's make welcome the chairman of the biggest political party in Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nentawe Yiwada. Let's celebrate him as he comes up on stage. This is a very important segment of this occasion. It is the official inauguration of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement. Thank you.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, here represented by the Senate President, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, the uncommon Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, my big brother, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the chairman of the occasion, Right Honorable Aminu Masari, the governors here present, the governor of Zamfara, the governor of Taraba, the former governor, the governor of Plateau State,
the governor of Benue State, and any governor. I'm sure I've seen all the governors. These are the governors I've seen so far. The National Assembly members here present, ministers here present, our revered traditional rulers here present, the speakers of the State House of Assemblies here present, our distinguished guests. Let me stand on existing protocol if I've not recognized you. Today, we are not merely inaugurating another support group, but rather, we want to light a torch that is very bright, bright from the south-south to the southwest, to the southeast, to the northern part of Nigeria. This group will brighten the entire country. We want to awaken an army of people that will drive the support of Mr. President across the nation. We want to begin a movement that will knock on every door, will touch every heart, will inspire every family, and will carry the message of renewed hope from corner to corner until the entire country is listened to. We know elections are not won on television studios and making comments on TV, on social media, but rather they are won at homes, home of people, individuals. They are won in the market spaces where we have market women and people transact. They are won in villages. They are won while in cars and transportation systems. They are won also in places where a neighbor speaks to his neighbor and where a trusted ear wants to listen to a trusted voice. That is why you are important today, because you are the heartbeat of our grassroots, the bridge between government and the people. You are the voice that will explain, the face that will reassure the people and the citizens of Nigeria. You are that same person that your feet will reach the corners that government cannot talk to. You are the cornerstone upon which our 2027 will be built upon. Dear Progressive, let me ask this question. Who will tell our story as a government if the people know the truth, remain silent? Who will speak of our progress if the builders refuse to speak? And who will defend the hope that we have if this new hope message is not told in homes? And who will celebrate our achievement if others decide to bury our successes in misinformation? That is why PBAT door-to-door is a mission, it's a calling, and it's a patriotic responsibility given to you today to ensure that every Nigerian hears about the success story of the Renew Hope agenda. When Mr. President took over, we've mentioned so many success stories of the economy. Nigerian economy now is returning back from amber to green. Our GDP is growing at an average of 4%. We are picking up from where we thought we would not grow again. Everybody's confidence being restored across the globe. People now believe in us. And we must tell the story. We must inform people that our tax reforms, all the reform we've made, is giving more fund to the local government, giving more fund to the state governments, and all the projects being seen across Nigeria. They are stories of the success of the reform by the federal government. We must tell those stories. Those stories will be heard and heard clearly. And across Nigeria, you could see infrastructure rising up across the country. From the state governors to the federal government, you can see infrastructure across the country. Is it the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway? It's connecting the maritime. It's connecting the economy. It's connecting the oil sector. It's connecting the whole economic corridor across the country. The Sokoto Bagari Superhighway, with over 300 dams for agriculture and reticulation, is creating a new food corridor and connecting commerce across our nation. The longest ever road to be constructed in Nigeria, the Trans-Sahara Superhighway, from Calabar to Ebonyi, Ebonyi to Enugu, Enugu to Benue, Benue to FCT, FCT back to Akwanga in Nasarawa State, Nasarawa State to Jos, Jos to Bauchi, Bauchi to Gombe, Gombe to Biu, and Biu to Maiduguri. Over 1,300 kilometers of road. This will be the longest road ever, connecting the south-south to the southeast, to north-central, to northeast, connecting 4 regions of Nigeria at the same time. Apart from our red lines, apart from the AKK project, that is not just carrying gas, it's carrying fertilizer to the north, it's carrying energy to the north, electricity to the north, and building a new and fresher economy across the Niger. This will empower the economy. This will create new opportunities for manufacturers. This will build businesses. This will ensure that agriculture boomed across the north and all parts of Nigeria, and millions of jobs will be created. These are stories that we must tell. It's the students' loan that's opening university education to children of those who dream and never thought that poverty would stop them from learning. I was a university lecturer, and I know millions of students, thousands of students, who could not fulfill their university education because of poverty. Today is now history. And who explained the achievements, these achievements, to a market woman in the village, in my village, in your village, in your community? Who explained them to the young people who are dreaming of opportunity of yesterday, of a better tomorrow? Who will tell them that tomorrow is here today? Who explained them to the farmer in the village, to the trader in the market, to the artisans of the streets, and the teacher in the secondary school and primary schools? Who will tell them? It is you that will tell this story to all that matters. And that is why this movement matters. Your assignment is simple. Knock on every door, house to house. Speak with humility. Listen before you answer. Respect every citizen. Correct all misinformation with facts. Respond to anger with patience. And meet criticism with evidence. And win confidence through your service. APC has never been merely a political party. We are a movement of progressive, movement of progress. We are builders. We build across all fronts. We are reformers. We reform what people thought cannot be reformed. We are believers in one united Nigeria. And we have every reason to be proud of what our government is accomplishing. Fellow progressive, 2027 is a choice between moving forward and moving backward, a choice between reform and retreat. History teaches us that great victories are never achieved by leaders alone. We have the Senate President here, the Speaker, the governors, the party here, but we alone cannot achieve the victory that we need. Rather, victories are secured by ordinary men and ordinary women who on the streets can choose to do extraordinary activities and extraordinary things. Therefore, every door you knock will become a vote. Every conversation you hold will build confidence for our votes. Every heart you win will become a voice that will echo the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. That is how movements will grow. And that is how a nation can change. And that is why election can be won. Let your voice become the voice of hope. Let your dedication become the strength of our great party. And let every Nigerian know that APC is present not during elections only, but is present in our day-to-day activities. Now let me ask you a simple question. By inviting all the leadership of the PBAT door-to-door to be inaugurated, kindly come forward. All the leaders of PBAT door-to-door to be inaugurated, kindly come forward. Can you stand over here?
Let's express the truth. Vote Bola, Ahmed Tinubu. For president comes 2027. Tinubu or nothing. With Professor Nenta.
Okay, can you come over?
The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Oh, we Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba.
You as leaders of this group, let me ask you these questions. As leaders of the PBAT door-to-door movement, are you ready to take the renewed hope to every home in Nigeria? What's your answer? Are you ready to mobilize every community for the future of Nigeria? Are you ready to ensure that APC records an overwhelming victory in 2027? It is therefore my singular honor and privilege as the national chairman of our great party to formally declare the PBAT door-to-door movement inaugurated. May God bless the All Progressive Congress. May God bless the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you and congratulations to the national executives. Congratulations. We would now have the official speech by the national coordinator.
For president comes 2027. Tinubu or nothing. With Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the national executives and zonal coordinators are hereby inaugurated. The national coordinator is Comrade Sunday Adekombi Asuku. The deputy national coordinator,
from Lagos vision to the nation seat. Leaders with the courage never face defeat. Roads and rails moving people everywhere. Investments coming. Let Nigeria rise. Economic reforms, digital economic forward ever back.
Your Excellencies, Comrade Sunday Adekombi Asuku, the national coordinator of the PBAT door-to-door movement, a nationwide grassroots mobilization organization established to promote citizen engagement and support for the renewed hope agenda of the administration of Mr. President. He has consistently championed the principles of national unity, democratic participation, policy continuity, and inclusive development through public engagements, stakeholders meeting, town hall discussions, and nationwide mobilization campaigns. He has encouraged Nigerians to participate actively in the democratic process while supporting initiatives aimed at national growth and sustainable development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the coordinator, national coordinator, PBAT door-to-door movement, to give his speech.
You done for Nigeria. Oh.
Michael Nendi on the mic.
Let's express the truth. Vote Bola, I've met Tinubu. For president comes 2027. Tinubu or nothing. With Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed.
The DJ, please bring it down. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before he does his presentation, we have the pleasure of announcing to you that His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, 2027 and beyond, is watching this event live at the State House at the moment. If you will please direct your attention to our screens, you will have a live feed of Mr. President participating virtually at this event. So kindly pay attention to the screens for the next 30 seconds to 1 minute, and then Mr. Chairman will give his speech. Please, kindly make way, please. If you're blocking the screens, please make way. Please make way. Let's not overcrowd the stage, please. Let's not overcrowd the stage, please.
Please exit so our dignitaries, our delegates would watch the president, who is currently participating and watching what is going on right now. It's just a 30 seconds clip, but it shows that he's truly interested with what is happening here today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on the multimedia screen. Please exit the multimedia screen so we can have clear picture.
Can we please make room? Give way, please. Let's have our attention on the multimedia screen. If the engineering team is ready, let's quickly link up with the State House team. Thank you.
Please, those standing in front of the screen, please, would like you to leave that place, please. All of you standing by the screen, please. Leave there, please. Please. We beg of you, please. Thank you.
Media. Please focus your attention on the screen as we have the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is as well as the NSA Nehru Rubadu, who is watching what is going on right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You can see that feeds from what's happening outside is being shared, and of course feeds from what's happening inside is also being shared. Mr. President is having a good time watching us from the State House, Aso Rock. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while that is on our screen, we'll hand over the microphone to the National Coordinator and his team to give his speech. Thank you very much.
Members of the press, please would crave your indulgence to exit the stage or exit the front row so we can have our dignitaries participate and listen to what is going on. Please exit the front row. Members of the press, please exit the front row. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the President of the Senate, His Excellency, Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, the best Senate President in the history of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Speaker, Federal House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, and erudite scholar. I doff my hat. Your Excellencies, Executive Governors here present, distinguished senators, honorable members, the custodian of our cultural heritage, the imperial and royal majesties, I doff my hat. Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude, a mind anchored in purpose, and a profound sense of the weight of the trust that has just been placed in my hands. I accept this appointment as the National Coordinator of the PBAT Door-to-Door Movement 2027 with deep humility, unwavering commitment, and a clear understanding of what this moment demands of me. I must begin by pouring out my sincerest gratitude to our Grand Patron and Founding Father, High Chief Dr. Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo, alias Tompolo. Each time I am reminded of this name, what caught my attention is the words of the 16th President of the United States of America, Abraham Lincoln. He said, and I quote, "Man holds humanity without questioning to leave every society better than they met it." That is exactly what Tompolo is doing today. He is a man of the people. He is a defender of democracy. He is a lover of Nigeria. He is a man who have always stood his ground to ensure that the stability we have, especially in oil sector, we get it today. In absentia, I still doff my heart. Sir, you looked at this political landscape of this nation and saw an opportunity where others saw obstacles. You built this platform not for personal glory, but as an instrument of national service. And it is on the foundation of your vision that I now stand. I will not let you down. To President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, whose renewed hope agenda is the soul and the compass of everything this movement exists to do. I accept this responsibility as a personal commitment to work tirelessly in support of your transformative leadership and to carry the message of your reforms to every door, every ward, and every community across this great nation. Just as the name implies, door to door, we are not just going to knock on the physical doors, we are going to knock on the doors of your heart, so that whatever obstacle that the naysayers might have created, we are going to knock, you will open the doors of your heart, and you are going to come in. And graciously and happily, you will vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027. My fellow executives being inaugurated today, I say this: we carry both a privilege and a responsibility. The privilege of serving Nigeria at a consequential moment in our history, and the responsibility of remaining always accountable to the citizens we are called to serve. Let us live with integrity, organize with discipline, and mobilize with a genuine conviction that Nigeria's best days are ahead. I accept this mandate, I accept this trust, and I accept this challenge. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We shall stand. On your mandate, we shall stand on your mandate. Bola on your mandate, Yes, thank you very much. Before I leave this stage, I want to specially recognize the commander of Nigerian students who have mobilized heavily here to support, to throw weight behind PBAT door-to-door movement. It's not a person than Comrade Bapti. I can assure you that Nigerian students are also showing their solidarity. They are coming out in their millions to vote for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The victory in 2027 is going to be overwhelming. It is going to be popular. It is going to be intimidating. Tell whoever wishes to hear, and join us today. Join the winning team, and you will not be disappointed. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Congratulations to the newly inaugurated national executives of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement. Congratulations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have goodwill messages.
And you done for Nigeria.
Michael Nendi on the mic.
Let's express the truth. Footballer, I've met Tinubu. For president comes 2027. Tinubu or nothing. With Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabange Nana Gaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. With Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabange Nana Gaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Him done do one before, from Lagos vision to the nation seat. Leaders with the courage never face defeat. Roads and rails, moving people everywhere. Investments coming, let Nigeria rise. Economic reforms, digital economic, forward ever, backward never. We Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabange Nana Gaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. We Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabange Nana Gaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Job for the youth, innovations improves. Long for the youth to pursue their dreams. Step by step, we build the land together. We rise, Nigeria line. Agriculture rising, power sector rising.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations to freshly inaugurated national executives of the PBAT door-to-door movement. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point invite to deliver a goodwill message for 2 minutes. I have been instructed by the chairman of occasion to ensure that 2 minutes is 2 minutes. I'd like to first invite AC Omologbe. AC Omologbe to deliver a goodwill message. His Royal Majesty Igwe Engineer AC Omologbe Eze Okpoko the second of Oba Kingdom, to deliver a goodwill message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, our very revered Royal Majesty, Igwe Engineer A.C. Emologbe Eze Okpoko, the second of Oba Kingdom. Long may you live, Your Majesty.
His Excellency, the President of the 10th Senate, representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Speaker of the 10th Federal House of Assembly, the executive governors here, members of the Federal Executive Council, ministers, members of the National Assembly, my fellow revered Royal Majesties and the traditional rulers, the members of the PBAT door-to-door movement. I stand here representing my people coming from across the Niger in Anambra State. I'm bringing a goodwill message to the members of this PBAT door-to-door movement 2027. This goodwill message is coming from the bottom of my heart in support of a trailblazer, a mobilizer, a young man that I met in 1998 in a meeting where the Niger Delta was restive by the youth due to unemployment and poverty. And I met two young men as an oil industry company engineer representing my company in that meeting. And this young man, a grassroots mobilizer in the name of High Chief Dr. Government Ekpemupolo and Matthew Tonlaha. And in that meeting, I asked them a question: what do you really want? Do you want empowerment? Do you want money? Because at that time they were ghost workers. And what they told me remained a shocking message till date in my life. They said, we want our people to have light and water, just like you have in your terminal. It was a selfless, committed, dedicated grassroots mobilizer. And we are here today to support him because I know that as a grassroots mobilizer, Government Ekpemupolo and Matthew Tonlaha and Kestin Pondi and Chief Dennis Otuaro and the rest of them that came from Gbaramatu Kingdom mean real grassroots mobilization. I believe in them, and I think that our goodwill message goes also to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because Nigeria, for the first time, has taken a bold and audacious economic transformation program. 3 key things in education, in the single currency exchange rate, and also the issue of removal of subsidy, which were areas that the foreign companies have always said that Nigerian economy can only move forward if these areas are standardized and invested in. The area where we recommend an improvement in is in the area of security in this country. Security improvement will enable our farmers to be able to go to the farms and produce more food for the teeming population of Nigeria. So I stand here on behalf of my people in support and extending our goodwill message to this PBAT grassroots 2007 movement. May God bless the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and his family, and may God bless the national chairman of this party and all the executive members. May the good Lord protect each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Your Royal Majesty. Thank you. Your Excellencies, highly esteemed guests, we move on to our next keynote, our next goodwill message. And this would come from the Ooni of Ife. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Adeyeye Enito Babatunde Ogumusi Ojaja II, custodian of the Yoruba culture. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this part of the world, we often say, Kábíyèsí o. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the Ooni of Ife. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Father of our nation, in whom we're all gathered here to work towards the betterment for every Nigerian. We traditional rulers, the custodian of our culture and tradition, we are here to give support and our prayers to each and every thing the Father of our nation stands for. The representatives of our political leaders that are here, from the Senate President to all the governors, ministers, the Speaker of the House of Assembly. Because of time, I stand on the established protocol. But one thing needs to be said. Each and every one of us, we are putting together and writing down our... Came very prepared, and the result is obvious. From the public governance and the private sector, what is happening in this country, we have never experienced it before. If you go to the capital market of Nigeria today, we are getting to a market capitalization of over 140 trillion. Never in the history of Nigeria. Also, the foreign reserve of this country is now getting to $52 billion. This can finance importation, in the next 3 years conveniently. The projection is there clearly that the dollar is going to be well stabilized and there will not be anything to shake our foreign exchange. The disparity is so close, no more arbitrage, no more rent seeking. We are now ready for real production in our country. Also, the truth be told, the turnaround in the economy of our dear country, the legacy of Mr. President will definitely speak for him. A very bold decision he took. We're seeing the impact. Never in the history of our country that Nigeria will play a very strategic role in European economy. Thank God for a company in Nigeria to have sustained the aviation industry of the entire European market. Right now, a company in Nigeria, a local company in Nigeria, is at par in terms of production capacity of aviation fuel of the entire United States of America. Also, our dear president is turning around the engine room of our economy. Look at what just happened with Ajaokuta Steel and NNPC, the strategic agreement in providing gas for an industry that they said it can never work in our country. I can go on and on about things that this government has achieved. On behalf of all the traditional rulers of this country, we are very proud and very happy to be associated with this government. I think every political leaders on behalf of Mr. President here today deserves a resounding round of applause. Please, the entire audience, if you truly know that you are not here for selfish reason, but for the sake of a betterment Nigeria, please give the president a resounding round of applause wherever you are. I am not satisfied. You can increase it. All the students behind, please, let us appreciate our leader. Thank you very much. On a final note, I want to thank the organizers of Door to Door on behalf of the president. We want to really show appreciation to Government Tompolo and all the entire members of this initiative and the newly inaugurated members. Please make sure you follow the tenet of the meaning of door to door. A lot of Nigerians need our support beyond politics. A lot of Nigerians need this door-to-door initiative for basic empowerment. It is very important for us to try as much as possible to reach out to all the needy, the oppressed, and all the less privileged people in this country. This kind of initiative will really support and go a long way. I want to thank the entire team, Tompolo, Ejatutu, Matthew Tongla, the brother, all of them coming together. I want to thank you for this initiative. For you to have pulled this thing together, please also honor them and give them a resounding round of applause. On behalf of the entire traditional institution of this country, please note that we are fully behind all of our political leaders. We know that there is a critical part of positivity in Nigeria now. God bless you and God bless the entire country, Nigeria. and God keep Nigeria safe. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Oni of Ife, Ojaja III, His Imperial Majesty Ade Eniton Babatunde Ogunsi. Thank you very much for those inspiring words. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a decade ago, Nigeria was producing 1 million barrels of oil per day. 10 years after, over 1.8 million barrels a day. One man who believes that Mr. President has created an enabling environment for Nigeria to even do more has been called over-ambitious at some point, but he says that we have done it before, we can do it again. He is none other, ladies and gentlemen, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lopobiri. A round of applause as he steps forward to give 2 minutes of goodwill message.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President Bola, Ahmed, Tinubu, GCFRO, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by the uncommon President of the Senate, Senator Goswill Obodakpabio. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for want of time, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The MC, when he was introducing me, said 10 years ago we were doing 1 billion barrels. No, that is a wrong statistics. Before President Bola Tinubu came in 2023, we were doing below 1 million barrels. As at the time he came, and I was appointed as Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Oil, we were barely doing 1 million barrels a day. Today, we are doing 1.82 million barrels a day. That is 82% improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I may not have the opportunity to tell you all the achievements in this sector. The 1.2 million barrels, the 1.8 million barrels we are doing today is as a result of the collaboration between the security agencies and our civilian security contractors. Some people may not know the importance of the 1.8 million barrels we are achieving today. Oil is very strategic to all sectors of our economy. Today, our foreign reserves are over $52 billion. Majority of that money came from the oil sector. It's also important for me to say today, so that the door-to-door movement will tell Nigerians in their homes what President Bola Tinubu has done for this country. 10 years ago, before Mr. President came, there was no single investment in the oil and gas sector in this country. 10 years ago, before 2023, there was zero investment in oil and gas in Nigeria. Today, we have investments in excess of over 50 billion and still counting. And that is why our currency is getting strong. When you attract investments into your economy, your currency will be strong. And so, President Bola Tinubu has laid a very solid foundation for this country, and it deserves another 4 years. This story may not be known by Nigerians unless the door-to-door movement tells every home in Nigeria where we were pre-2023
and where we are today and where we hope to go going forward. It's also important, for me to say this before I go because I have only 2 minutes. You will agree with me that before now, we used to experience fuel scarcity in Nigeria. It was a perennial problem every December, every festive period, for us to experience queues that will lead to increase in fuel prices. Since President Bola Tinubu came in 2023, there has been no fuel crisis in this country at all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that Nigeria, under President Bola Tinubu, has just laid the foundation for Nigeria to occupy its strategic place in the Committee of Oil-Producing Nations. Following the crisis in the Gulf, region of the country, or the Gulf region of the world, between Iran and the USA. Countries from Asia, Japan has been to us, countries from Europe, countries from across the world are coming to Nigeria with a view to investing in Nigeria. The president has created the enabling environment. The president has given the best of incentives that can be comparable to any climate in the world for these investments to come. Nigeria should give the president the fullest of support, and going forward, they will see that Nigeria truly will play its leadership role as far as energy, global energy security is concerned, in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity, to speak to you. And I want to encourage all those who are members of the door-to-door movement to please take the messages to every home so that we'll be able to deliver 99% of the votes for Mr. President in 2027. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let's celebrate him for that heartfelt speech. Your Excellencies, highly esteemed guests, we will now move swiftly to our last goodwill message. And I would love to respectfully invite one who has his people at heart. He's known for agricultural development. He's known for economic growth. He's known for infrastructure expansion, transforming his state. Now, if you're wondering the governor that I am talking about, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the governor of Niger State, His Excellency Mohammed Umaru Bago, as he comes up for his goodwill message. Thank you.
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Your Excellency, my father, the father of the nation, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is ably represented by the uncommon President of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, my boss, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, my colleagues, the Governor of Taraba, Zamfara, Plateau, and maybe Benue. Other very important excellencies here, my slave, the former governor of Katsina, Amin Bello Masari, Your Royal Highness, Your Majesty, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I was caught unawares. I'm not supposed to be anybody here talking because I'm part of the family. But Matthew pointed at me and insisted I come over to talk. I want to congratulate the newly inaugurated executive members of this very important vehicle for the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door campaign. I believe that both Matthew and government are very, very good friends of mine, and I believe whatever they want to do, they don't play with it. As such, we are fully behind this PBAT door-to-door campaign. And as the governor of Niger State, on behalf of my colleagues that are seated here, will always continue to support you and make sure that it succeeds. This again is a testament to the fact that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his reforms have come at a time when Nigeria needed it most. Today, yes, we have other challenging issues, but I can assure you what we have started today, by the grace of God, given the next opportunity, we will do better and bring Nigeria back to its right position. So let me thank you very much for this very important tool and vehicle you have created to drive our campaigns, not just for the president, even for the governors, for the senators, for the House of Representatives, and for the State Assembly. This vehicle will serve to deliver the APC from head to toe. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the former governor, for keeping to time, first and foremost, and of course, for the encouraging words. His Excellency Muhammad Umar Bago, Governor of Niger State. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when I started my broadcast journey, or my journey in broadcast journalism, one name that was a household name, and some of us were lucky to understudy, is a name that I am about to mention. One man who is a veteran broadcast journalist, master of ceremonies for excellence. He works directly with our Senate President. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome, to invite the next set of persons that would speak here today, are very revered VVIPs. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the voice, Andy Gabriel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, my dear brother and friend and associate. Your Excellency, the number one citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented here by the uncommon President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Chairman of the National Assembly, Your Excellency, the Speaker, Your Excellencies, governors that are here with us, conveners of this program, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My assignment here, as given to me by my brother, is pretty very simple, just to invite some of our statesmen to speak after the governor of Niger State. It is now my very singular honor to invite to the podium a statesman of very remarkable distinction, an accomplished legislator, and the nation's foremost presiding officer of the Green Chamber, the Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, Ian Zazel, who has continued to provide purposeful and inclusive leadership to the 10th House of Representatives. And under his stewardship, Your Excellencies, the House has championed people-oriented legislation, strengthened democratic governance, promoted accountability, and advanced policies aimed at improving the lives of Nigerians. May I have your permission, Your Excellencies, to then invite His Excellency, the Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, Ian Zazel, Speaker, House of Representatives. The Honorable Speaker, sir.
the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by my big brother, the Senate President, Distinguished Senate Godswill Apabio, GCOM. The chairman of the occasion, my dear senior brother, His Excellency, Aminu Bello Masari, CFR, who incidentally was a former Speaker of the House of Representatives and a former Governor of Katsina State. Our leader, the APC National Chairman, Professor Nentawe Goshwe Tuwalda, and all APC State Chairmen present here. The chairman of the APC Governors Forum, the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, and all governors and deputies here present, principal officers of the National Assembly present here, all distinguished senators and members of the National Assembly present. Our chief host and convener of today's event, High Chief Government Ekpemupolo, popularly known as Tompolo. The chairman, Conference of Speakers, and all honorable speakers of our state assemblies present here. Our members of the various state assemblies, all honorable ministers present here, our royal fathers, your highness, and all traditional rulers present here, the national and zonal state executive members of the Door-to-Door Movement 2027. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, very good afternoon to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to be with you this morning. This afternoon, I bring you the warm greetings of the House of Representatives, the People's House, and of colleagues across party lines who share one conviction, that democracy in Nigeria must be deepened, defended, and delivered. Let me begin with commendation. I salute the founder and the Grand Patron of this movement, High Chief Dr. Government Oweizide Ekpemupolo, the National Coordinator, Sunday A. Asuku, the Secretary General, Daniel Olaotosin Dokas, and the entire leadership. You have chosen to take politics back to where it belongs, to the doorstep of the Nigerian citizen. Door to door, street to street, word to word, in an age when engagement is too often reduced to slogans. You have chosen conversation over confrontation and contact over commotion. Because democracy is not an abstract concept. It lives in our compounds and our markets. It lives in our town halls and our places of worship. It lives in the daily conversations of ordinary Nigerians. This movement stands for the renewed up agenda of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Let me say it plainly and without flattery. History will remember this president for his courage. He met a nation at a crossroads and chose the path of conviction over convenience. The fuel subsidy removed, the exchange rate unified. The tax system was rebuilt from the ground up through the Reform Acts that took effect in January this year. These were not decisions taken for applause. They were decisions taken for posterity. Yes, The road has demanded sacrifice, and we do not take that sacrifice lightly. But the early dividends are visible. Rising revenues, returning confidence, and a fiscal system that rewards production, no consumption. A nation that endures the discipline of reform earns the right to its rewards. And here is my testimony as Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. None of this happened by executive fiat alone. Every major reform passed through the crucible of the People's House. We debated, we refined, we passed. The tax laws, the student loan scheme, the consumer credit framework, the new minimum salary wage, each one bears the imprint of your parliament. So what Nigerians are witnessing is not merely a reforming presidency. It is institutions working together, exactly as the Constitution intends. And herein lies the truth that this movement must carry to every doorstep. Renewed hope is not the burden of one man, however gifted, however determined. It is a covenant of the whole society. A president who leads, a legislator that refines and oversees, courts that uphold the laws, states and local governments that deliver, a civil service that implements, a private sector that creates, and citizens who participate, who pay their taxes, who hold their leaders to account, and who keep faith with the Nigerian project. So when you knock on the door, you are not merely canvassing for a candidate. You are inviting a fellow citizen to share in ownership of Nigerian new renewal. Now permit me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to say a word of counsel as a servant of the people and a student of history. Mobilization is a means, not an end. The taste of movement is not the size of its crowds, but the substance of its conversations. So make your engagement a two-way street. When you knock, do not only speak, listen. And when you have listened, report back. What you gather on the doorstep is legislative gold. It tells us where policy touches the ground and where it does not. By becoming a channel between the citizen and the state, this movement will serve Nigeria far beyond any single election. It is in that same spirit that the National Assembly holds its annual open week from the 14th to the 16th of this month, barely a week from today. The doors of the parliament, the doors of the People's Parliament will be open to citizens, civil society, students, and the media. I extend an open invitation to this movement. Come and see how your laws are made. Grassroots mobilization and institutional transparencies are two sides of the same democratic coin. To the national executives inaugurated today, I offer three charges. First, keep your politics issue based. Keep your politics issue based. Persuade with facts, with figures, and with the force of this administration's record. For that record needs no crutch of insult or division. Second, be inclusive. Let women, young people, and persons with disabilities find not just a place, but a voice in your structures. They are, after all, the majority behind the doors on which you will knock. Third, be civil. As 2027 approaches, let the contest be a contest of ideas. Democracy is not diminished when rhetoric becomes fire. It is ennobled when opponents remain compatriots. I charge you, therefore, to go out of this hall and preach the gospel of renewed hope. Preach it in the cities and preach it in the villages. Preach it in the markets of the north and the creeks of the south, on the plateaus of the Middle Belt and the coastlines of Lagos. Knock on every door, and behind every door, find a fellow Nigerian. Not a vote to be harvested, but a hope to be rekindled. Tell them what has been done. Tell them what remains to be done. And tell them that 2027 is not merely another election. It is a rendezvous with destiny. It is a referendum on whether we press forward with the work of renewal or abandon it halfway. When that day comes, let it find a people persuaded, not pressured, convinced, not coerced, mobilized by hope, not driven by fear. Go forth, then, from Abuja to every ward and every polling unit of this federation, and let history record that when Nigeria stood at this threshold of our renewal, you did not stand aside. You knocked, you spoke, you listened, and you delivered. On behalf of the House of Representatives, I congratulate the new national executives on this inauguration. I assure you of the People's House partnership within the bounds of our constitutional mandate and in every effort that strengthens participation, unity, and progress. May God bless the PBAT door-to-door movement. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all.
We can do better with that round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker. If your hands are not very busy, can we please make that applause for him a bit louder than that as he steps down to his seat. Just before the speech of His Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented here by the President, the Uncommon President of the Senate, I'd like to quickly announce that after the speech of His Excellency, which will be the very last speech today, we'll be inviting His Excellency to be joined by the Speaker of the House of Representatives and governors that are here, Chairman of the occasion, as well as the conveners of this program, as well as the leader and representative of the royal fathers of our country, to join His Excellency to proceed for the commissioning of the PBAT door-to-door buses. Not everyone will join him, but please, before we get to doing that, I have the very privilege to invite a comrade, and a comrade who is a political comrade, who is an academic comrade, who is equally an activist fighting for the rights of the common people. Comrade Mustafa Salih, PhD, Sa'ing Adamawa, the immediate past National Vice Chairman Northeast of the All Progressives Congress, and today is a senatorial candidate in Adamawa Central of the All Progressives Congress, to move the vote of thanks before we invite His Excellency the President to address this august gathering. Please, can we give him a round of applause that is befitting, please?
Your Excellency, the father of the nation, President Bola, Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented here by my boss, the Uncommon Senate President, His Excellency Senator Goswill Apabio, my elder brother, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, state governors here present, royal fathers, the coordinators and the board of trustees of the PBAT door-to-door movement. Due to one of time, I beg to stand on the already established protocol. And my job is very simple here. I'm here to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of the Grand Patron of PBAT door-to-door movement and the board of trustees of the PBAT door-to-door movement. Our sincere thanks will first of all go to Almighty God for making it possible to see this through. When this movement started, it was a Herculean task to put people together from various walks of life, from all regions and federation of the country. But today, this inauguration has shown the success of this movement. For this, we thank God Almighty for making it possible and giving us the zeal to do that. I also want to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the APC for providing the platform and giving us what to say and giving us the selling point for us to be able to put through to the public and to the grassroots, for us to have this kind of turnout within the short possible time of preparing this occasion. Our thanks also goes to the Senate President, the Speaker, the governors, and all members of the Federal Executive Council here present, members of the National Assembly, not to forget, most importantly, the chairman of the occasion, who honor our invitation at a very short possible time, His Excellency, former governor of Katsina State, and former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Bello Masari. Thank you very much for availing yourself and becoming the chairman of this occasion. My thanks also goes to the traditional institution, referencing the Oni of Ife and the Emir of Kefi, and all other representations that are here, Emir of Daura, Emir of Katsina, Emir of Lafia, Emir of Bauchi, Emir of Gombe, and other high chiefs from Baramatu Kingdom, from all chiefdoms and kingdoms of the Igbo land and other sections of the country. Too numerous to mention. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. And the PBAT door-to-door movement is assuring all stakeholders that we are going to keep to our words. We are going to do our best. We will mobilize for the president. And by the grace of God, we are going to deliver a landslide victory to come 2027. Thank you very much.
The die is cast. PBAT door-to-door has come to stay. Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is my honor to invite a distinguished parliamentarian, an accomplished scholar, and one who has proven over time that he is a pan-Nigerian, detribalized, but a patriot to the core. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and singular privilege to first of all pay tribute to a visionary leader whose bold reforms continue to shape the future of our dear nation, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR, who has remained steadfast in his commitment to national renewal, economic transformation, and the renewed hope agenda. Today, the President is unavoidably absent, but I can tell you categorically that he is watching from the comfort of his Oval Office and watching the proceedings of this program. And also bearing in mind that he is today ably represented by the uncommon President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio Uko Akwa Ibom. Today, ladies and gentlemen, he is the man with a towering height, the man whom so many people have also described in many quarters as a professor of politics. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with these that I please ask all of us to rise where convenient and join me in giving a very warm, resounding applause as we welcome His Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who will be speaking through the uncommon President of the Senate, Your Excellency, Distinguished Senator Dr. Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON. Please, a round of applause for him.
Please be seated. Thank you. To God be the glory. My brother, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON, the Chairman of the occasion, and the former Speaker of the House of Representatives and former Governor of Katsina State, our own Aminu Bello Masare, CON. Your Excellencies, the governors of the various states of the Federation of Nigeria. I've seen Governor Hyacinth Alia. I've seen my brother, the former governor of Niger State. I've seen, that's Governor Bago. I've seen His Excellency Dr. Abo Kefas, Governor of Taraba State. I've seen my handsome brother, the Governor of Zamfara State, Governor Dauda. I've seen the Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, Dr. Peter Akpe, and many other governors and past governors alike. The National Chairman of our great party, Professor Nentawe Yewada, who had earlier spoken, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, many of whom are here, I salute you and I thank you for your presence here. Members of the National Assembly, Dr. Faleke, and many others who are seated here today. The Oni of Ife, Kabiesi, who has already spoken on behalf of our fathers, the royal fathers. Politicians come and go, but the royal fathers remain. I thank you for your massive presence in this occasion. May God bless all of you. Amen. The honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and members of the Federal Executive Council, my brother Bakudu, Doris, and so many others who have been here, I also recognize you. The convener of the occasion, of this wonderful occasion, Government Tompolo, a great Nigerian patriot
and a man of integrity who believes strongly in following the true path when it matters, and who also is the Grand Patron of the PBAT door-to-door movement. PBAT simply means President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's door-to-door movement. So High Chief Tompolo, we salute you, and our traditional grandfather there of Gbaramatu Kingdom, Mato. I don't know. Matthew, we salute you. You are always with us, and you are doing well. You are flanked by members of the oil industry. The first person I saw when I came was my brother, Alhaji Bala Wunti, and I said, Matthew, you are still within the oil sector, and you are always very oily. Your former deputy governor is also with you. The royal fathers of the Niger Delta region in their numbers. The keynote speaker who took us through the educational aspect of people's movement, together with the contributions of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in just 3 years today, Professor Bashir McAfee, the newly inaugurated leadership and members and stakeholders of the paper door-to-door movement, members of the media. Do not mind the noise. I think some people are sharing things at the back, and it's important. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who actually is also present here in person. We saw him on television screen, watching the occasion real time. So he's watching me now, and so I have to be very careful so I don't say what he did not mean. But Mr. President is delighted to be here. He's also delighted to watch this occasion, voluntary occasion, coming from the hearts of Nigerians. People committed to the progress and development of the nation. People interested in the future of Nigeria. Just like the German philosopher said, that every generation out of absolute obscurity must discover its mission. When you discover it, you either betray it or you do what? Or you fulfill it. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu happens to be somebody right from birth and through his various vocations in life who discovered his own mission and vowed never to betray it. When we look at his days in the stewardship, in the crusade for democracy in Nigeria, through his days as governor of Lagos State, the imprints are everywhere that he had vowed, and he will never betray the mission of ensuring a better Nigeria. So I'm delighted to stand on his behalf for the inauguration of this national executive of the PBAT door-to-door movement and this timely public lecture on implementing difficult reforms in the context of continuity. The Nigerian experience. This is titled 2023 to 2031. To God be the glory. Amen. Every great nation is built one citizen at a time. Built by one citizen at a time. Like a building block. One community at a time. And one door at a time. Before there are crowds, there are households. Before there are victories at the ballot boxes, there are conversations at the doorsteps of every home. A movement that goes from door to door must do more than just seek support from every door it touches. It must carry truth. It must inspire confidence. It must listen to the people and the household owners. And it must also return to those same doors to tell them about the dividends of good governance after the votes. That is how democracies endure. The theme before us today speaks to one of the oldest truths in nation building. Every generation must decide whether it will choose the comfort of the familiar or the courage and the discomfort to embrace necessary changes. Nations do not become great because they avoid difficult decisions. They become great because they confront difficult decisions with wisdom, with patience, and patriotism. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has repeatedly reminded us that reform is not an event, but a journey. The purpose of reform is not to make life difficult for the people, but to lay the foundation upon which future generations can build lives upon for greater dignity of every individual. For prosperity, for greater opportunities. Lasting progress is rarely achieved without temporary sacrifice. As the President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly, I want to assure you on behalf of Mr. President that the National Assembly remains committed to providing the legislative support necessary to strengthen all the reforms that are being put forward by this administration that will serve the national interests of Nigeria, while ensuring that the welfare of our people remains paramount in every deliberation. Good governance succeeds when the executive, the legislature, and the Nigerian people move forward together. To the newly inaugurated executives of the PBAT movement, door to door, your greatest assignment is not merely to mobilize support, but to inspire hope, to promote national unity, and encourage constructive engagement. Politics should never divide us beyond repairs. Elections may produce winners and losers, but Nigeria must always emerge the ultimate victor. Our nation is greater than any political party. Nigeria is greater than any office holder. And Nigeria is greater than any election. We inherited this republic from those who toiled and built it before us. And we hold it in trust for those who will come after us. Many of them are in this hall. Let us therefore conduct ourselves in ways that future generations will remember with gratitude. As you are inaugurated today, remember that you are ambassadors, not merely of a political movement, but of a democratic engagement and process. Knock on every door with respect. Listen before you persuade. Unite before you mobilize. Let every conversation strengthen faith in our democracy and confidence in Nigeria's future. When politics is conducted with patriotism and service, every door opened becomes another gateway to national renewal. And every door leads to a renewed hope for a greater Nigeria and, of course, a more prosperous nation. I want to congratulate the leadership of the PBAT movement, door to door, on this inauguration. And I want to commend the organizers for creating this platform that combines civic engagement with intellectual discourse as I listened. I want to also further commend Government Tompolo and his brother and his team for putting this together Honestly, this is like baked in Niger Delta and then eaten in Katsina. Baked in Niger Delta, but eaten where? In Katsina. Kano is waiting for his peace. And this leads me to the joke that the governor of Niger State was making with our revered mentor and leader, former speaker and former governor of Katsina. He said, my slave. It is the joke between Katsina and Niger State. Nobody should take it seriously. I've also seen that kind of joke between the Kanuris and the Kanuris and the Fulanis. I've seen that kind of joke. But we don't have it in the southern part of Nigeria. So don't leave this all thinking that a man who is much older than the governor could have been the slave of the governor. Otherwise, it would have been the other way around. The governor would have been the slave of my brother, Aminu Masari. So it's between them. They understand. It is a tribal joke. But I do know that Nigerians have time to joke, despite the difficulties. But one thing stands, that despite the number of tribes, we are united together whenever the nation calls. Look at the caliber of personalities here present. I feel highly elated. Mr. President wants me to extend to you his appreciation. That was why when he was watching, you notice he put his hand here and said, is this actually happening in Nigeria? People can appreciate government while government is still in power. This shows you what will happen when he leaves power. We appreciate the president for putting on his thinking cap and turning Nigeria around in just 3 years. A nation that had less than 700,000 or 700 billion, not up to one month FAC. Now they share 2-point-something trillion a month to states of the federation. And the governors here can confirm, particularly Governor Kefas, and even Governor Dauda, all of them here, they can confirm to the fact that they don't borrow money because we have been able to build a non-oil economy. We are no longer a mono economy dependent on oil because of the thinking of this president. So you can imagine supporting him beyond 2027. I can see the future brighter. So I will end not from the voice of the president, but from the voice of the National Assembly, the chairman of the National Assembly. I can see everything turning around, everything turning around, everything turning around for our good. I can see everything turning around, everything turning around, everything turning around for Nigeria. God bless you. Thank you for listening to me.
The chairman of the occasion, the governors, the honorable ministers, the speaker, sir. Please, let's join His Excellency the Uncommon President of the Senate, and of course, the host monarch and the Oni of Ife to please join as they go for the commissioning of the buses.
And you done for Nigeria,
Michael Nendi on the mic.
Let's express the truth.
DJ Akira, the Vibe
Footballer,
Marshal.
I've met Tinubu. For president comes 2027. Tinubu or nothing. With Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Oh, with Professor Nenta, Tinubu or nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Manu Sabiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Him done do one before, from Lagos vision to the nation seat. Leaders with the courage never face defeat. Roads and rails, moving people everywhere. Investments coming, let Nigeria rise. Economic reforms, digital economic, forward ever, backward never. We profess on Tinubu on nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Man West Abiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. We profess on Tinubu on nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Man West Abiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Job for the youth, innovations improved. Loan for the youth to pursue their dreams. Step by step, we build the land together. We rise, Nigeria line. Agriculture rising, power sector rising like the rising beam. Strong leadership for prosperity. Nigeria stand tall. Unity for one and for all. We profess on Iluwata. Tinubu on nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Man West Abiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. The professor Iluwata, Tinubu on nothing. The visionary leader of Nigeria, renewed hope for the nation. Man West Abiro, Jagabanke Nanagaba. Under APC, the vision is clear. Vote Bola, Ahmed Tinubu again. For president of Nigeria, a visionary leader, he is our new look. Tinubu or a dancing crazy Afrobeat, nothing. Consistency, I promise to remain consistent in my positive action. Forgiveness, forgiveness, Father forgive me for the bad things that I don't do. Consistency, consistency, I promise to remain consistent in my positive action.
The Vibe Marshal.
C'est moi les gars, tu l'agent. We are Bola Commander. They want me to change my style. Kilo boys, Kilo Commander. Come on, you know they waste time. She know the better. Oh, God, you really sure. Baby, don't be fire. Who don't need sure? Oh, no, you get it. You get it now, super. Take a bump, I'm going Oníṣòwò tó bá wà ó jáde síta ẹnu ṣe dùrẹ́là èmi gan sílà Maradona yóò lọ kó jẹ́là Emmanuela
It's getting cold inside. Double sweater, ordinary, paranoid. I can picture this love that you my life. Oh, baby.
Hello, I know fit forget you. Hey, Bezina, muzo. If I speak English, you cho, no walking. I don't want punish you, I want to punish you. If you see my baby, you go shut up. I'ma get too fine, I'll be makeup. My baby, lie down, no. Finish work for me, oh, tomato. Put that thing back,
Samu kudinka kawai ka kashe, kar ka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka su ko suna daka. Mun baka ci ba su ci maka, kai da kudinka kana haka. Abu ma sai an saya maka, in ka samu kawai ka kashe. Kutuma bura uba, yau akwai bura uba. Ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba, in abincin akwai daɗi sai na daba. Kutuma bura uba, yau akwai bura uba. Ban balaga ba amma sai jaraba, in abincin akwai daɗi sai na daba. Wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro, wayo Allah na, wayo Allah na.
Hello, with everybody for you. Body just shake bello. What is up on tell bello, deliver like I get bello. Them say I dey go sell Best me to Fortuna, I go make you Joe Dada. Say you get the power, sweetie passy amala ketu, Shinji Kagawa, Jesu Christi Lobawa, but them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do. Sabi, oh, sabi, oh.
Me self go press for sure. I be the new taker. What he plays on me? What take a tea plays on me? I love plays on me. Oh man, me no plays on me. Hey Jago, husband me Jago. High fashion Jago. Fico making shit so. Hey Jago, me neon Jago. Shooting in your pass. Jago making shit so.
Hey Jago, gbogbo aṣọ ló ní bàtà. CEO high fashion tí a ọmọ tí a mi yù gángan. Wọ́n dá mọ́ lókè kòtò. Àtọ́bàjẹ́wọ́ mọ́ríkà. Ojú rí pẹ́ sinimá. Ajá one, ajá two. Tó wà sáré wọ Switzerland. Wọ́n dá mọ́ l'Amẹ́ríkà. High fashion wọ Canada. Ó yẹ Jago ló
máa. Tí bá rí $50, màá gànú síbẹ̀. No money is never enough. Tátàtà ti Dangote. Kó mi kún sókè. I left home to feed home. Mo jáde tán wọ́n ṣe jollof. Go out or go home. Ọmọ ìyá mi mo sá lọ lẹ́yìn. Hey Jago, husband mi Jago. High fashion Jago. Fico mà kì í ṣe wàásù. Hey Jago, mi nìyàn Jago. Ṣùdí nìyàn pàṣẹ. Jago mà kì í ṣe wàásù.
Hey Jago, gbogbo aṣọ ló ní bàtà. CEO high fashion tí a ọmọ tí a mi yù gángan. Wọ́n dá mọ́ lókè kòtò. Àtọ́bàjẹ́wọ́ mọ́ríkà. White fashion wọ Canada.
When Kamotu don start to play, you go dance.
DJ Akira, the Vibe Marshal.
When Kamotu don start to play, you go dance. You go dance.
Pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much.